You ever recall that there was a second half to this entire plan? There was a second half to what needs to be done. And then you forget about it. Then you realize that one of these plans is significantly faster than the other. And also that one of these plans, or well, one half of this, excuse me 1 second. One of these plans revolves around finding 5 remaining Pokemon. Technically 4, but Trash Burmy and Trash Wormadam is part of it. Welcome back to Arceus. There is a bit of a fault of a kit. But, well, hello nobodies, welcome to the stream. There is something that this game doesn't feel like it talks about. So, let's talk about why this is not showing Cherubi or Eevee. And technically this too. I think that there's a hidden counter in this game where it doesn't show you the rare Pokemon if you keep going to the places that have said rare Pokemon. Mostly because in the span of like 2 hours, 3 hours previously, we would get all of the Pokemon that like we needed. Like we would always see Eevee pop up, and we would always see Cherubi as well. But for the 3 hours that we started trying to grind just Eevee, nothing happened. So I think there's a weird counter going on. That being said, there is something else that I actually need to do. While it will take some time, I think it's good that we start to really focus on it. So, I have the stream that's going to be split up into a few parts, but it's going to be more or less worth it for what we need to do. First off, I need to use up every bit of grit items that I have. I don't entirely care about the Is Carnivine right after Roserade? Is that what this is? I'm going to take a guess that in the span of a... Let me see. Yeah, Carnivine is after Roserade. Okay. There are plans. I just have to be smart about what I'm doing. So we need to max out everything we possibly can. At least that can be. I'm going to keep these in order. So this Basket Legion can go right there. That we don't need to worry about. Chorisu. So we're going to use up as much of our grit dust as possible, or grit items. And with using all of our grit items, we are going to try to run out and sell the rest of it. Because I am going to need not just an insane amount of grit items, but I do also need to pay attention to like what I need to get done. I just have to hope that this all works out. So we have a bunch of grit dust, so this actually should work rather well in the long run. You might notice I have a little grit gravel. That actually is okay for what the plan is. I just need to use up as much of this stuff. This sound is going to be my nightmare, but that's fine. I have everything kind of planned out how I want to make it work. This should be a good day. Based on how I believe this is supposed to work. What up, Blossy? How are you doing? I'm doing well. I'm awake. I got a lot I got to work on today. So I'm hoping to make some really good progress here to finalize all this stuff. Let's see how it all goes. I'm kind of nervous for how well this might go. We'll see. I just need to use up as much of this as possible. That's the big thing. Also, with the reduced amount of grit gravel I have, we're going to be getting a lot of them to level 3 and then nothing further. That's pretty much how it's looking. My brain is being controlled by the fucking constant chiming. That's fine. We have to get through this. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. This is just something we have to do. I'm going to do this for 2 sets, and then we're going to hunt for a little bit. But trust me, Kit's got ideas. This is all for the good of getting this all taken care of. This is... Trust me on this. So we'll do 2 rotations of this, and then we're going to go to Crimson Mirelands. Which might seem like an odd choice, but trust me, with what I thought about with last stream, this actually might be the smartest play. Actually, Cobalt Coastlands still might be a better play. You know what? I might just go Cobalt Coastlands. Let's try to get the fucking Burmy out of the way. Hippopowden. So the goal is just to max 12 Pokemon right now with all of their stats. And then we are going to spend probably an hour, or hopefully not that long, but ideally around an hour to get a shiny Burmy. So, general plan. Interesting. So something I noticed, I want to just test something actually here. I'm going to test right there. Okay, that's exactly what I thought. Okay, I wanted to test something. Because it's funny how YouTube streaming chat works that I actually wanted to talk about, because like it is hilarious what YouTube does sometimes behind the scenes. And I just wanted to make sure that this is actually like the case, because it also works with Streamlabs OBS. But I'll talk about that here in just a second. We're just gonna wait a second just to pay attention to my message on the stream. And it's not going away. Okay, cool. Okay, so there is some funny stuff that I have learned. Like, I kind of already semi-knew about this with YouTube streaming, but I never, like, knew the full extent of how it works, I guess is the best way to put it. So if you have never done a YouTube stream before, makes sense. But I think if you even watch YouTube streams, I don't do so now anymore, but I think you can change between like the top chat and the live chat. So if you change the live chat, that the system makes it so you can see everybody. But if somebody is known to be like a spammer, or just the YouTube algorithm wants them to be like shadow banned because they're just like not worth their time and they just want to like hide somebody, they won't be seen in top chat. And funny enough, the Streamlabs OBS like plugin essentially will grab every message from top chat. So currently on stream you're seeing two of Blossie's messages and mine. But there was somebody, when the stream started, who posted trying to say that they're the biggest fan on the YouTube. But they're not showing up on the chat. And I'm pretty sure it's because YouTube probably has them flagged to being a spammer that isn't in top chat. And is just annoying. So they've just been essentially doomed to only show up in live chat, but will not actually show up on the stream for the most part. It doesn't happen too often, but I noticed it the other day. I believe there was like somebody who was chatting in the YouTube chat who just was it wasn't last stream, but it was like a few streams ago where they were just kind of like talking nonsense for a bit. And I noticed that nothing was being like populated on the stream. And then this person came in saying their biggest fan, which I don't think you're going to just tell somebody that. If you're the biggest fan, you'd probably be chatting a bunch, liking every single stream and video. But also, these aren't videos, these are streams. So saying videos means that you're not, when I don't have really any, means that you're not watching the content. You're just probably like a spammer or something. I don't have any reason to believe him. And I really wanted to ream into him, but I'm trying to be nicer to idiots lately. It doesn't entirely work because I just still get frustrated with people with lack of brain cells. But Flossie, I understand that. But no, like, I don't know. There's a weird divide. And it's very prevalent in smaller streamers' streams. I remember it from in the past, and I thought we were kind of like over this. I thought the society for streamers got better. But no. There's a very big contrast to like the smarts of the streaming platform, right? Twitch, you kind of get more like people who are there just to have fun and like will actually like hold a conversation and be intelligent. But like but this is if you're a smaller streamer, because smaller streamer, you will have people who come into the stream who try to like troll around and think that they're hot shit because smaller streamer means they're desperate for views and need any sort of subscriber they can get. So they have to be nice to everybody, which is bullshit. I'm still a human being, and also I have a brain. So, and I'm not like super needy. Like, you are simply a number that's just inconsequential. But like the contrast between the conversations that happen on the YouTube side of the streams compared to the Twitch side is like night and day. Now, granted, I don't play the game, but I do watch a bit of, oh my gosh, what is it called? Wizard 101. I don't play the game. Actually, some friends of mine do. Now, they've actually just recently got back into playing it. But I do watch a Wizard 101 streamer every now and again, because I actually think their content is quite amusing. But their general chat is like, you know, they're actually holding conversations. They only stream on YouTube, and they actually are just like rather nice, and they actually like it's very coherent, and people are actually not being like idiots and trying to garner attention because they think they're safe because it's and they are like a semi-smaller streamer, I would say. But in this case, like, I'm just kind of like, man, people need to just get just a slightly bigger brain cell. Just slightly bigger. And that's just a fucking true ass statement. Like, the contrast between like a bigger streamers and smaller streamers, just depending on the platform, is night and day. Granted, there of course are outliers on both sides, but like I'm finding myself dealing with more trolls and more just like low intellect. And they're not even like, if it's a kid, that's one thing. If they're a kid, and I'll at least be like a little bit kinder. But like these are like teenagers and adults who just probably got dropped on their head at some point in time and think that they run the place, or that, you know, they matter. But they will misspell every single word in a sentence wrong or vie for attention as long as possible. In Twitch, yeah, you get the bots every now and again, which is like whatever. But if there's like a new viewer who's in Twitch, they're actually like eloquent, they'll like say things correctly, and they'll actually be like more interested about talking about the game or the streams rather than just trying to make a show for themselves. It's such a weird contrast. I was asked recently if I just only wanted to start streaming just on Twitch and not on YouTube, just because like the mods that I do have that lurk on the YouTube side of things, just really the two main ones that actually do lurk. They type on Twitch, but they do lurk on YouTube. They've asked like if they could ban like 3 or 4 of the people who have shown up in like recent streams, just because what they're talking about is so just nothing that is just a detriment to even talk to them. And then I got asked by one of them if it's even worth streaming on YouTube as a smaller streamer, which I'm still pointing out yes, because there are people who watch the streams after the fact and do enjoy it and are actually like smart. And once again, this is not like trying to like overgeneralize different chats and everything. It's just there's a very weird difference between the two, and it's surprising to me. And once again, there are also some people who we've talked to on YouTube who are actually just super chill. And I did start off streaming on YouTube, and really the regulars that I have now pretty much all came from YouTube, and I was perfectly fine chatting with, like, once again, like Blossy being one of them that's now on Twitch, because they, you know, can hold a conversation and also are smart enough to actually like say coherent sentences. And I think that's one thing I will have trouble with as I grow on the platform, whether it's both of them or one or the other, is, and I was going to talk about this yesterday, but I think this is just a better way to put it here, is I am perfectly fine being acknowledged that I'm like beneath someone. If like somebody is smarter than me, if somebody's better at skill than me, I'm going to be frustrated by it, but I will actively acknowledge that they are better than me in X, Y, or Z way. That's just the truth of the statement. What I can't stand is somebody who's more God, why am I not thinking of a word? Holy shit. Because I don't want to use just more stupid. They're less intellectual than I am, is like the proper way to say it. And I don't even hold myself to a high standard. Like, there's just a baseline. And, you know, there's some people who might not just be as smart or privy as I am, and I get that. Everyone's got like different levels to that. But there's just some people who just fall so far below the line that like talking just actively hurts. And that does sound pompous to me, and I will concede that point. It's just the fact of the matter is like talking to somebody who lacks in brain power tends to just make me feel like I'm losing like IQ points compared to somebody who's kind of just on the same length or like slightly less, you know? It's a weird contrast, because like we've seen it during the sometimes when we did have like a lot of people in the stream where I would actively talk with the people who were actually typing with proper punctuation and grammar. And even if it's not like proper capitalization, I don't really care, as long as things are spelled correctly, or if they're abbreviated, it makes sense. But like, I would just completely ignore and not acknowledge the existence of anyone that I just kind of like, well, if I would talk to, I would just find myself being considered more stupid. And like I said, that's the worst way to put it. There's probably a better way to put it, but I openly say that I'm not smart enough. But there's just a baseline, you know? And it's not that hard to be smarter than I am. It really isn't. It's not that hard to be more skilled than I am. It's just when you fall so far below a line that you're just inconsequential, that's when I think you should have some self-reflection and be like, am I really good for the world? How can I improve to get past that line, that baseline? So, I don't know. I wanted to talk about it yesterday because, like, I really realized it. Like, there are some people that I have to talk to from current jobs and previous jobs who they're so far below the line of intellect that, like, as much as I have like a silver tongue and I'm like good at, like, you know, convincing and being persuasive, at the end of the day, there's only so much that I can do and only so much I can tolerate from stupidity. I reference, like, a recent reference for it would be Scott Junn's, I still don't know if it's Jund or Yun, Scott Junn's video they did of interviewing this, like, Dead by Daylight creator who is just known for being, like, just an outright terrible person. Like, there's not really any redeeming qualities of them. There's not any, like, anything good you can say about this person. They are just hot garbage. That's, like, the truth of the situation, is that they're just hot garbage. And I agreed with some people in the comments. Like, you watch probably, like, the first, like, 10 minutes or so of the interview, and it's just hard because you have somebody who's intellectual, like Scott, trying to talk to somebody who probably would pick up poop and think it's chocolate. Like, that's just what it feels like. Obviously their intellect is not that low, but it's so. And here's the thing. Some people would also like to say that stupid people might be just putting on a show because they could be, like, smart behind the scenes, but they might be smart enough to, like, act dumb because it's going to get them more popularity or, like, more money in the long run. The counterpoint to that, though, is that if you continue to act the way that you do, and I can say this as somebody who I keep my guard up most of the time. I keep my guard up quite a lot of the time. But I will, like, make sure that I'm just purely watching and understanding and, like, kind of not put forth all my cards. I won't play all my cards and I won't, like, reveal all my knowledge right off the bat. But I'm not going to be like, I don't know what 2 + 2 is. Like, I'm still smart, but I'm not going to reveal how smart I am. Just kind of, we play it at a baseline, right? But if you're acting that you're below the line of just decency and, like, intellect, you start finding that that's going to be, you're going to have a hard time differentiating between your real knowledge and your stupidity. And you tend to lock yourself into that stupid aspect. Because then when you start, and I've made this mistake once before where all of a sudden I immediately, like, prove my smarts and prove, like, how high my IQ is, only for the retort being like, oh, look it, he read a book and found all of the smart words to say to make this happen. And it's like, no, I just, like, is this guy able to evolve? Sorry, I just need to double check. But I could go grab one real quick. Okay. And, like, you know, there's some people who, like, I did try to act really stupid below the line just to make a point, and, you know, some people retorted back that, oh, he's just actually stupid and he's just trying to put on a front that he's smart. And it's like, no, I'm actually smart. So I have a limit to, like, how quote unquote stupid I want to appear, you know? But in the case of that, like, interview, you could tell me, like, that this guy might be like a professor at like a high-end like university, and his like side job is doing YouTube. And I would say that the university should fire somebody who has an intellect count that's lower than the minimum wage there. Like, there's just no redeeming qualities, and there's so many logical fallacies and just no brain there that either they need to go back to school or they need to just completely understand that they're like just useless. Because you need to have some sense of smarts. And you don't need to, once again, you don't need to be the smartest person in the goddamn room in order to like prove it. You just need to have some baseline. You have to beat the baseline. And it's just surprising to me all the time how it feels like some people just don't even meet the baseline, and it's just scary. That's like the best way to put it. It's just scary. But yeah, that's just something that I just like I think about every now and again when I interact with people, because like I do want to give everyone like a fair chance. I really do. But I'm finding myself just realizing that I'm one of those people that if you can't meet this line of intellect, it's like I would consider it like technically Byakuya Togami syndrome from Danganronpa 1, if I'm being honest. Now, there also, I need to point out, is a difference between being just incredibly stupid and just not worth my time to being stupid but willing to learn. Because there are people who, you know, and kids are just naturally this, because their brains are very malleable to where they can actually like learn a whole lot and take in a lot of what's taught in schools. But like if there's like a teenager or an adult who is just really stupid, but they're like looking and they're just like, hey, listen, I still want to learn. Like, I understand that I'm dumb, but I want to stop being dumb. I'll listen to them 10 out of 10 times, because, you know, if you're putting forth that effort to learn and wanting to get out of that sort of, I wouldn't say headcanon, but like that sort of like group that you're being put into because of lack of IQ, then that's admirable. And that is somebody we're talking to, because then you're at that alone, you just reach the baseline that you do want to be smarter, and you're already like smart enough to realize that you're at that baseline. I also think of the book, one of my favorite books of all time, Flowers of Algernon, where you had just he had like a mental deficiency. If I God, it's been a while, but I know. Holy shit, it's been so long since I read Flowers of Algernon. I'm sorry to forget names. Algernon's a mouse. It's Charlie, right? Charlie's the name of the main character, who has like the mental deficiency and is being taught constantly and is going to go through the procedure that's going to make him smarter, but then it makes him too smart, and then he like loses all of his friends, right? Like there's that baseline that you need to meet, and you can exceed the baseline and be smarter than everyone in the room. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. If you exceed the smartness in the room, though, people probably might not want to talk to you. And once again, it goes the same both ways. If you're smart enough, if you're stupid enough that you like fall far below the baseline, then it's over for you there. You need to learn. It's just something I've like wanted to talk about as of like, I guess just today, because I want to give people like a chance, right? I want to give like new faces a chance, and I want to like be as cordial as I possibly can. But then at the end of the day, there's some stuff I see and I'm just like, there's no hope for you. Because then you get to the point where they hear this, they're like, oh, but I do want to learn. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It's like, no, I already don't believe you. That's just gonna be something that, like, I'm just gonna have to, like, smile and nod for the most part. No, there's just random things I think about that's just, like, how I interact with people on a basis. There's a reason why I just consider myself a loner and just, like, get very depressed lots of times, because I have trouble, like, interacting with people. And this is probably one of those where just I probably have interacted with people who have just, like, low IQ, that I just feel like it's just a waste of time, and then I just become despondent because there's just no point. Maybe that's actually the reason why I can't handle, like, large groups of people, and why I, like, shut down during, like, big calls or, like, big groups. Because if I shut down during big calls and big groups, it means that there's so many different, like, different types of IQ that are, like, in that same, like, area, whether it's a call or in person, that I just get overwhelmed trying to figure out who is at the baseline that I can, like, talk to, and who, like, do I fall far below the line of everyone else's. And I think it's, like, additive to where everyone adds up together to just show that they're far exceeding mine. And then I shut down because now I'm the stupid one in the room. It's a fallacy, for sure. But that's just something that's, like, the only thing I can think of right now, at least, of why I just hate being in large groups of people. I thought about a lot of stuff today, if you can't tell. I was going over, like, plans for the future, and, like, the plan for this stream, and plan for today and tomorrow, because I have Labor Day off from work, but then I also have to come in on Saturday, so that's gonna be a headache and a half. But, like, I was just trying to, like, go over everything that I, like, need to do, and I am probably gonna be up till, like, 4 in the morning today. If everything goes well with the stream, then maybe it's a little bit earlier, but I'm probably not sleeping until 4, specifically because I have so much stuff to get done and do. There is going to be 2 streams today. It is, funny enough, it will be this game at DBD once again. But there's a lot more that I'm working on that I'm going to be doing, like, while that stream is going on. At least the second one. Because we're going to be, like, loading into games, so I don't have to worry about too much stuff. So. Making good progress here, so. Once again, I just want to use up all this dust, because this is really what's going to dictate a lot of what happens later today. So this entire first part of the stream is just that. Other thing I wanted to talk about, and I think I've discovered, I lied to Doge about it, because I think I just was really sleepy and just didn't see who I was messaging. Especially because, like, if something bad happened, there's no reason they would message Doge. Literally, it would be somebody else. So this morning, I woke up at 8:30. And I was just drop dead exhausted. I don't remember what I did, but I don't even think I, like, snoozed my alarm properly. I did something on my phone, but I couldn't tell you what I exactly did. I did something on my phone. Fell back asleep. I think the alarm did go back off like later. And then I think I reset the alarms to like wake me up like an hour later, and then went to like get on my computer to do some like daily stuff, message the usual peeps, and go from there. Then I see that I got 2 messages from Doge. Sorry, I got 1 message from Doge, and essentially he edited it because I think he misspelled it. And it just said morning. And I was like, oh, Doge is wishing me good morning. That's different. Something going on. Like, does he have something to tell me? Like, what is, like, why is Doge messaging me good morning? To which what did I do? Let me just scroll up here. Like, because it's morning with like, he edited it to 2 dots and a question mark. To which I'm like, I just respond, huh? What? Like, it's rare for him to say good morning. I look up then, and apparently right when I woke up today, I decided to text Doge and not my usual people, because there's a few people who like I always want to talk to in the morning. I messaged Doge good morning instead of the usual peeps, which I think really threw him off. To which I'm like, instead of just saying that I mistyped it or anything because I was tired, I just said that it was like, oh, maybe I need to change my password or something of that sort. But no, I'm pretty sure I just like really sleepily thought that Doge's account, because I was messaging him on my phone last night because he was they made food really late. So, no, Doge hates it. Like, he said it was super weird and, like, odd, and called me a fucking weirdo. And, like, but keep in mind, like, we live together, so, like, whatever. But I just was like, what the fuck? Like, why did, like, I'm pretty sure Tired Me would realize who I was messaging. Which Tired Me, I think, did, because I went back on my phone. I went back on my phone and, like, checked, like, to see if I messaged anybody else. And I didn't message anybody else. However, that doesn't mean that I tried not to. Literally in, like, if you're on your phone in Discord, it was, like, you know, the message bar at the bottom. In that message bar was, like, good morning or hi or all this sort of stuff to the people I like normally talk with in the morning. But like never sent. So I think what I ended up doing is I accidentally fucking sent a message to Doge unintentionally and then didn't send the other messages to the other peeps. I believe that's what happened. So, it is what it is. All right, time to do step 2 of the plan. So step 2 of the plan. Sorry, we're done with the dust and everything now. Yeah, don't tell Doge specifically good morning. I'll talk to other people about it, but not him. Okay. So, we are going to sell. Not the grit dust. No, don't do that. We're going to sell all the pebbles and the rocks. And there might be some more in there. No. Okay. Also, I don't need this anymore. I don't need... I'll keep those, actually, just in case. But I don't need the rest of these. I think Cherum and Cherubi, I'm going to hold on to this because I think they evolve levels, but my fear is that they evolve somehow else. The rest of the stuff I can sell though. Okay, so we get 1 million. Awesome. And then we are going to buy some stuff. Gonna buy 312. We're gonna buy 500. And this is what our goal is for today. So, here is the next step of today. The next step is we are going to be hunting for Trash Burmy in Wormadam. Now you might be like, wait, Kit, I thought you were like hunting for a shit ton of like the shiny Eevees. We are, however, there are two ways to go about it, and if the second way works how I think it does, then it might be in best interest to not, unless I want to have the most amount of Beedoofs and Shinxes and everything ever. I think it's a better interest to do this alternative. So we are gonna go whenever there is not an outbreak in the main area, because we spent 3 hours not getting any like Eevee sightings, like and by Eevee sightings I mean the we didn't get any like Eevee outbreaks or Cherubi outbreaks. And I think it's because the more you go to an area, the less chance a rare one shows up. And also if that place has a Pokemon that is rare and you're finding it, like there's a lesser chance that it shows up. So my idea is, while this place has Eevee, it's exceedingly rare for Eevee to show up. It's exceedingly rare for Eevee to show up. And there are no Cherubis or Cherums in this area. So, every time we can, we are going to go here to get Burmy and Wormadam. And I'm just going to go from one side of the map to the other. I'm not going to go to like the little crevasse that's like around there. I'm really just going down the stretch. We're going to get to the end and then we just teleport and go. The sole goal of this is to get Burmy and Wormadam. However, there is more to it, because we need to level up, and this is something that I just completely overlooked, even though I kept talking about it. I overlooked the fact that we need to get pretty much every single Pokemon to level 80. Now, if shinies were rare, like super rare in this game, and we like had this whole gist of like it just took us like months to do all the grinding, you know what? Fair, we could just grind like in one area and like we would be set. However, that's not the case here. The reason I say that is because the way to level up Pokemon fast in this game is through the use of experience candy. And because shinies are so prevalent, we've now pretty much have no reason to catch... yeah, we have no reason to catch like most of the Pokemon now, because we already have shinies of like all of them. So what's the plan? Well, the plan is we still need a shiny Burmy and Wormadam. Doesn't matter what gender for the Burmy, mostly because we... this tree is probably an Apom. You know what? I forgot that combis come out of trees in this game. Yeah, we are looking for Burmy or Wormadam. We already have a female Burmy, so if we just get a male Burmy, like, it's not the end of the world. But we are just gonna keep going until an Eevee or a Cherubi mass outbreak shows up, and then we will go tackle that. If there is a outbreak here, we are going to go just catch every Pokemon we possibly see. And the reason for that is because I need to fill our boxes full of Pokemon to be used in the for the glitch. Because we have to use the glitch in order to get as much grit items as possible use as much grit items as possible to get our Pokemon to proper level, and then sell the rest of them. That's the plan. So right now we have 1.x million. Realistically, with how many Pokeballs we have, any profits that we get from doing this glitch should just go into extra large candies, and I should just use them to like level up the Pokemon that have 10s across the board. The thing is, I need to set this up so that way we get Grit Gravel rather than, or that we get Grit Gravel overwritten rather than Grit Dust, because I want to use Grit Dust to keep leveling like what I still need for the rest of the Pokemon, and then we can do the Grit Gravel route. Okay, so for here we could, okay, so that was something else that I was considering. If there's a massive mass outbreak in the Alabaster Icelands, like that, there would be a reason to go there, because we could also, holy shit, okay, we could also find Burmy and Wormadam there. I probably should have done that. But also, I now have no use for guava berries. Like, honestly, I will just hold, like, there's no reason to, like, see what Pokemon are where, because the remaining Pokemon that we need are all from mass outbreaks. Now, the thing is, this entire plan gets ruined if we find one immediately. If we do find a shiny Burmy or Wormadam immediately, a bit awkward, to say the least. Also, I need to keep checking up here because there are some trees up here that can shake. Now, I thought I could be coy, because there are Shalfas, of course. We did talk with Sunny about they're looking for like a Shalfa Ninetales, but they want one on their own and doing the permutations to do it. I was thinking we could possibly incorporate checking the volcano just to see if that one's shiny, but there's a very, like, that's just going to take a long time in of itself that I just don't care enough to do it. That is shaking, isn't it? It is. This is the thing, is I gotta pay attention to, like, each tree. Oh, pardon. The big thing is paying attention to the noise when the Burmy shows up, because it's gonna be hard to see. But the noise of, like, the shiny should give it away. We will go back to doing the typical Eevee grind, though, if this happens. It's just we need to go elsewhere. There is, though, a second idea that we can do. That I was considering, and I realized that it did work. I just never really followed through on it. However, Burmy and Wormadam are more pressing, so we're going to go with this before anything else. So I'm like trying to find the right way to sit here. So this is one of the examples we're going to be using. So as you can see, we have a bunch of stuff. We're only, that is 1000% basculin right there, by the way. We are going to go to this camp, and we're pretty much just going to go to any place we're like, oh, these are Scorpies, cool. We're just going to keep catching all of them because they are still going to be used in the thing that we're doing. Now the other thing is I only need 10 boxes full of Pokemon, I believe. Actually, I think it's 11. Cool. Yeah, so I think it's only 11 Pokemon, or 11 boxes of Pokemon to really make this work. So, should be a fun time. So we'll just keep catching. Some of them are going to be super high level, and some of them are not. Need to just check all the trees too. And this is really what we're going to be doing. Check every place. See what we can find. Go from there. Probably going to see penguins. Which is going to happen. But also, any evolved Pokemon are going to be probably like in the 60 range, so we'll be chilling. Oop. Like I said, we just go down the list, and we don't have to worry about changing the time or anything like that. It is just chill times. We might have some people also join in a call later. We'll see. That's an Apom tree. I already know that. That one's a Combi tree. Now I know that. Clefas. Got that. This is actually surprising how easy this is. Oop. Yeah, this should be pretty simple. Yes, we will find shinies in this that we will not need. But once again, they will be bargaining chips for later. That's the key. We got bargaining chips. We got to just make it work. If somebody shows up and says, hey, I want to trade, we'll trade. It just, as long as it's something that I need. That's a big guy. That's a biggin'. Oh. Oh. New horde? That's fine. Because as long as these are... Alright. These are Alpha Walrein that are level 79. This has a chance to be great. This is actually insanely good. Okay, well, you're upset with me. $79, that's crazy. Cool. We might be able to get one more. But once again, it's not like the biggest deal. We just need to keep catching whatever we can until we finish fill the 11 box. Excuse me, fill the 11 boxes. And I do need to save before I do this, just so that way we can get like a proper chart reading, as it were. It just really all comes down to, will we get what we need? Hey, look, it's the penguins. They're back. You thought we were done catching penguins? We were never done catching the penguins. However, if we get a second shiny penguin, I'm going to be a little upset. Just a little bit. We might be able to make it down to this one. We'll see. It's all about having that belief and having that hope. Just need a blue one. Sorry, I'm being messaged at the same time. I didn't ever notice this tree. Still nothing though. Still nothing. Oh, tots. They should just be announcing their presence. They shouldn't be flying away. Get them! Dude, they're just birding. Dude, this bird never getting caught. This bird has taken 6 of my balls. 7? My lord, this bird. It just couldn't be caught. It just couldn't be caught. Alright. End of the thing. Nothing. Cool. So we're going to see how many boxes we got full with that, because that was insane. That actually should be everything that we need. Actually, that should work. So let's give this a shot. Okay, we're going to return the village, we're going to save, and then we're going to just hopefully make sure this works. I'm going to do this one more from memory than anything. Let's just be real. Just teleport me over here. I don't want to run. Okay. We save. Select Pokemon. Calculator. Okay. So, I need to find 2 Pokemon. One that is, say, you. So we'll release you first. And then I need to release one that is lower. like 16. Are any of these? This Eevee is. Okay. Oh. Gravel, dust. Okay. Select Pokemon. This is box 1. Two. Three. Don't pay attention to the pasture names up at the top. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. I'm gonna select all but the first row. Okay, so we release all of them. 116 grit gravel, grit pebbles, 67 grit rocks. So hold on, 67. So I think it's 67 now. Let's just make sure. One at a time now. Grit pebble, grit rocks, dust. All right, so we're getting dust instead of the pebbles, but that's fine. The grit dust is actually super important, so I'm actually not too miffed about this. We just need to keep going until we get to essentially 2,000. Honestly, this is not bad. So, what? Okay. Okay, so I can get rid of the rest of them. If I get rid of the rest of them, this should work. Actually, perfectly time this out. The little amount of grit dust is actually cool because that means we can get the rest of them if we want to, and then we're going to be getting a bunch of rocks. So. Probably want to catch more though. Another rock, pebble, rocks, grit dust. I like how it's automatically defaulting to no because they're alphas. We're just going to be making a bunch of money. We'll see. It just keeps defaulting to... No, it really shouldn't, but... That's fine. Release. Do this for a bit. This should be able to get us a good 5 mil or something like that. We're not going to do this too often right now. We're just doing this right now so that way we can be able to get what we need. We might also attempt the Path of Solitude today. Really just kind of depends. Buddy, you carry so many rocks. Almost done. All right, 4 more. All right. It's a good start. Select Pokemon. All right, after these last 2, we should be good. All right, that should be all of it. Let's go. Okay, how much grit dust did I get? 534 is not bad, because that means we can get the rest of these up. We're also going to have to calculate how much grit dust I'm going to need. So we will, like, turn the rest into grit gravel if we need to. But that'll come later today. Like I said, we got plans, we just got to stick with them. I might actually end up using the gravel here in a moment. Because I still need to use these. Keep in mind, there's still, like, I still need to use these whenever I can. So even though these are in the middle of the list, I can... It doesn't hurt to do this now. It's gonna happen eventually. And as long as we catch a whole bunch, we should be fine for the next bunch. The poor 127 gravel that we have, though. Just sitting there and minding its own business. Alright, Sweenub. Gotta just keep getting him leveled. And keep in mind, we actually can also turn the dust into gravel, if we so choose. So the gravel and the dust are inconsequential because, and then the pebbles and rocks are also, like, we're always gonna have infinite of those. The gravel and the dust, it doesn't matter which one gets overwritten because we'll just turn the other one into the other. So we're making big strides here. Big strides. So much rocks to give to Pokemon. But it's worth it. And look at Zorua's gonna be maxed out too. Good job, Zorua. Alright, still gotta max out all this stuff, so luckily this is like one of the longer parts to do, but it's not shiny hunting at least. Just giving them all what I need. And then the big stuff happens here in a moment. Trust me, we got big plans here in a moment. Probably going to be using the rest of our grit dust, but that's fine. Oh, I can feel myself getting tired. I burnt myself. Oh, I didn't grab myself a energy drink, but that's fine. So this is 3 times 6, so there's 18 of each that you need. And then 6 rocks. Right, and then the rocks. Luckily, the rocks are pretty quick. I know most of the stream so far has just been listening to this noise. But like I said, it's absolutely necessary for what we got coming up. Bomb Snow. Man, Avalugg is like barely has more HP than Bomb Snow. We did it! Now we're gonna go over here. It's like I said, there's more to this real quick. Pokemon would I like to leave? That's a great question. I would like to go here. Sweenub. Bergmite. Well, these are maxed. Not all of them are so far. Zoroark still needs stuff. This Rufflet. I like how I kept a regular Rufflet, not a Shalfa. But that's fine. Riolu. Lucario. And now we get to also get to our legendaries. So we're about to have at least a finite amount of Grit Dust left. I'm actually super excited for there to be a finite amount of Grit Dust that I need left. Rufflet. As much as I would like to also max out the Zoroark, I'm going to max out the Braviary. So I don't have to grab it again. Actually, fuck it. Max out the Zoroark. That's fine. Yeah. Why your speed is not the only thing that's not maxed? Beyond me, buddy. Beyond me. Also, it's surprising to me that I've not used Lucario hardly at all during this entire playthrough. Lucario is one of my favorites, but like, dang. Alright, let's max out Zoroark. Poor Braviary, so close to getting max speed. However, biases. Biases take the wheel. There you go, Rufflet. You can take the last one of that. Let's get Zoroark maxed. And then when we calculate the remaining dust, we're going to do it like worst case scenario. So it's going to be 18 times however many Pokemon are left, I believe. Which I'll worry about here in a moment. Alright. Congratulations, Zoroark's maxed. I just need more gravel, but that's fine. I'm gonna save before I deal with that. You know what? We'll also max them out. They're here, so like, why not? That is not where that goes. I don't know what these other two spices are for.
Do we count Alolan Vulpix? Because that can't be shiny in this game. I'm going to save real quick. Just because it's been taking a while. You can't get a shiny Alolan Vulpix in this game. I wonder if the game is coded to have it. I wonder if that's in Scarlet and Violet too. Well, I need to figure out what these like remaining open spots are after this. Oh, I probably thought that there was the other types of Basculin in this game. That might be it. That actually might be why that's the case. Also, these Rotom... I don't know if only base Rotom is gonna need. Because I don't think each one of these has their own fight. I might just have to figure out which one actually works for what we need. Let me think. Hold on. Put you back. Yeah, Shellos. Gastrodon. I think we want to put the Vulpix right there. That just seems right. Sneasel's right there. These two. And then these are the normal ones, but I need to switch them back. You know what? We can max them too. We need to change them back to like their normal forms, and then we can go from there. But this should be the last of the... remaining stuff. Also, I would like to, after I change them back, I think I would want to put them in the box. Yeah, I think that would probably be the best play. How many Pokemon exist in the world, by the way? Does anyone have like a number? Okay. That's good. Maybe later. Okay. Let's change these lads back. Turn you back to Dialga. Turn you back. Let's turn you back.
So now, put you both back here. Sorry, I'm just double checking everything. It's like I said, 80 is what we're looking for. So, let me do some math here real quick for grit dust. So we need 18 per Pokemon. Times that by 1, 2, 3, 4. We're not going to consider unknown right now. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22. So we need 463 is what we're looking at. $463, not a bad number. But we still need to get the remaining ones, so we will make it there in due time. All right, Chansey, you go there, and then that way we can put the Giratina away. And then we have some other stuff that we have to do in a later bit, but that's something to talk about afterwards, because it was something that I realized during this last stream we did, and then proceeded to remind myself that I'm stupid. But we will talk about that here in just a moment. I'm gonna grab all them. Then we're gonna go just over here. Okay. How many Ultra Balls do I have in these? Okay, cool. 700. That should be fine. We're gonna go over here. Crafting materials. We would like to sell. We are going to sell all of... Nope. This, and this. 5 million. Yes. Then we go over here and talk to this guy who we're going to spend 6 million on. And this is how we level. 120 large experience candies. Let's feed the hungry lads. Once again, they just have to get to like around 80. If they go higher, that's fine. Pretty good, I'm guessing. Probably like 15. Probably more. Nope, I'm a goddamn genius. You are probably... I'll say 22. Okay, overdid it. So if that was overdoing it, then you're probably 20 then. Oh, that was still over. Sorry, a thought just crossed my mind. I'll worry about that thought later. But yeah, now all of them are good to go. And that's why we're going to have to do a lot of catching, is because it's going to be getting a bunch of money, then using that money to get them to 80, or at least around that, and then going from there. Barboach. I just got to make sure that they're all still in order, so. And we'll go back down here.
I think we'll probably use the rest of these in Tangle and Barboach, honestly. A lot of stuff. Still overdid it. You might also be 20 then. There's more that we're going to have to do with each Pokemon, but that'll be for later. Wow, even more? Okay. Good job, Barboach. Give this 4. You'll be nowhere near close, but that's fine. Alright. Honestly, progress. And that's all I could ask for. All we just gotta do is just keep doing what we gotta do. Alright, so, with all that out of the way, now it's catching and going from there. Excuse me. Just Burmy and Wormadam. That is what we're looking for. We still will catch a lot of Pokemon, and we still will do the whole glitch. But we're gonna be kind of like jumping back and forth between different grinds. So right now we're looking for Burmy and Wormadam. While they're not the most important catch, this will also help me get a good idea about something else. So I think we'll do this until the 2-hour mark, and then we should be good. Also, Eevee can spawn in place of those Murkrow. I just don't care if they spawn or don't spawn, so. Tree's shaking up here, no. Keep moving, just keep moving. There's other stuff that I got to do. But we'll worry about that afterwards. I think that Dustox was sleeping. Which, they're not supposed to sleep at nighttime. So I don't know why it decided to try to start sleeping. Murkrow is kind of a cool Pokemon. Gonna be honest. This is the point where we were just noticing nothing shake. Nothing at all. We just go over here. That's not shaking either. There was only one Burmy and Wormadam. Hello. Perfect. We could do this. And we'll just barrel on through. What do we got? Starlies, that's fine. Pretty simple. They're a piece of cake to catch. If one of them is shiny, we have another... Okay, bye. If one of them is shiny, then we have another Bidoof. Keep flying away. Goodbye. Goodbye. Please don't tell me there's a horde. Flying away too. Goodbye. Sick.
They're flying away. They're having a good time, having a good time. So this is weird because the only shiny we want to see is Burmy and Wormadam. Like, if we get something else, then cool. But it's not like the most important thing. You're gonna just charge in. Nope. Buddy, you're going in the water. You're going in the water. You're a fucking Magby and you're in the water. Get out of there. What is with the Magbies going in water? Yo, I feel like this is not healthy to you. Right? Magbies aren't supposed to go in water. Unless I checked. Yeah, last I checked, Magbies aren't supposed to go in water. I think that's an napalm tree, and I don't want to try it. But Kit, it could be the mystical Burmy. It's not. Hey, look, an Eevee. It's not the one we need. For a second, I thought the Wishcash noise was the sound of a shiny Burmy, and I was about to say, oh, we did find one, but we didn't. So, hello. Oh, hi. That's an Alpha Togekiss. It is indeed an Alpha Togekiss. Wow. So once again, these aren't supposed to be so close to the ground, so the balls are going to be glitching as we try to catch them. I'm going to ignore the Togekiss, strangely enough. Wait, I didn't mean to do that. Listen, you're having a great time, Togekiss. I understand. You're so happy, but I meant to press this button, hit this, do this, and then we're good. Alright. Are you flying away? Yeah, you are. Are you flying away? No. Why are you all the way over here? You flying away too? Get over here. Nope, I caught it. We're good. That escaped. Are you flying away now? Yeah, you are. Don't tell me that there's a new horde. Don't tell me that there's a new horde. There's another, there is going to be a new horde. Where's the last one? Wait, where's the last one? Why are you all the way over here? You don't see shit. Why? Why? Please stop assaulting me. Okay, new horde has seemed to form. It is all Togekiss. All right. My brain feels sufficiently scrambled, actually. My brain feels sufficiently scrambled, Togekiss. Why? Unscramble it? I don't know if I can. That was crazy. Double your pleasure, double your fun. Get the fuck up here, buddy. You heard him, Blossy. They're going.
Wormadam, worm. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, hi. I'll do this. Oh no, it's a big woof woof. Big woof woof with the big boambas. I don't know why I said that it had boambas. Let it be known, I don't think the woof woof has boambas. This tree shaking. Or Starly? Dude, that bird had nothing going on in its brain. It saw everything else around it getting caught and just decided, nah, I'm just gonna stand here, chilling, vibing. Please tell me no. Oh! It's got an idea. Not a good idea. But it is an idea. Don't worry, the idea is not a scary idea, it's just an idea. Just like thinking here. Flossie, do you know if this is the only game that has alpha Pokemon? Or like a different type of Pokemon? Because like you have, and I don't mean like shadow Pokemon or anything of the sort, like something like similar from that. Ice outbreaks, that's fair. Coastlands. I have this idea that I think I might want to try. After this run through for Burmy, I'm going to check Pokemon Home real quick. Because I have an idea. Oh, I saw a thing, because obviously we talked about the fact that I do want to like complete games and help people complete games. There is somebody out there who like, their whole gist has been like completing like every game, like as many games as they possibly can. And they don't exactly, from what I understand, they don't complete like any like the big games,
They just play like a bunch of like slop games that like you can beat in like 5-6 seconds to get like all the achievements. And it's not like it's impressive that it's been 15,000 is how many like they've gotten. But I'm also just like, why are you playing the slop games? Like, I don't know. I feel like it's more impressive to do like the hard games and all that sort of stuff and 100% those than doing just the slop. Why would I bite you? Colossals. Blossy, how long have you known me? You think I bite people? Fucking Blosses. Why? I have... Excuse me. Sorry, I'm going through my brain right now of just like different ideas. Okay, we need to do something here real quick. I might have noticed that I caught some alpha Pokemon. I actually have an idea. Lossy was like when I played Persona 5 OG. It was like 5 years ago or something, I feel like. Okay, real quick, I'm going to Pokemon Home because I have some ideas. Yeah, it might have been 5. Services. Yep, okay. I agree. Yes. I've done this before. Okay. So. Let me just see. Book. History. Pikachu as a first time gift. Through all those. So I'm checking something that I have some ideas. Do I need to play Pokemon Go? Is that something that I need to do? Hope not. Pokemon 2, Pokemon Home Box, Interesting. Okay. Let's do this because I have an idea. Okay. How many 200? 6 by 5 is 30. So, what? 30 times 200? 6,000? Is that right? Sorry, I'm checking something because... That sounds crazy, Blossie. Holy shit. Sorry, I'm thinking of something here before we do anything. Just give me like 2 seconds to think about this here. Okay. So what I'm gonna do... Obviously there's some less than good Pokemon on here. Which I'm not too worried about. Oh yeah, I do have one of those. I just want to see... Sorry, Kits has some ideas. I just need to like think them fully through. Okay. Let's do you. I'm just gonna keep moving you over. Alright, as much as I love our Zoruas here. And Zoroarks, we're gonna move them real quick. Okay. And all of this. I might actually be getting rid of some of these in the near future, but we'll see later. This is just gonna make sense with what I'm doing right now because I think so, especially since I want to like stick with this for a long term. I have an idea. Okay, so that's done. Can I rename this? Yes. So, Legends. It's not going to have to be in perfect order, but that's fine. Oops. Elf. 1. And now everything makes sense. A side objective I'm gonna do is get for every regular Pokemon, because I do need to actually like, if I want to get Namorous, I need to get every single regular Pokemon. So why not give the try of getting every single Alpha. Doesn't need to be a Shalfa. I don't really care. But we do need like the regular ones anyway. So that's that taken care of. I'm actually gonna do this. Let me get
These also moved. Don't worry what was happening there. My brain just stopped working for a bit. We're gonna do 4 pages. I know there's more, but oh man, no, I should probably do 5. Yeah, let's do 5. But we're gonna get like essentially pages for shinies and then pages for alphas. So that way everything is at least like accounted for. Because that way we know that all the alphas that are caught are my own. So oops. So now we're done. Save and change exit. And then with what we got, I need to write down what we have and then what number they are, essentially. So I don't know why I calculated that. So now we go Pokemon. Arceus. Yes. Okay. So, Togekiss. Now I have to find it on this fucking list and then figure out where in the order it is. So Togekiss is 129. Nope. So 30, 1 through 30, 31 through 60, 61 through 90. So this is 121, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there we go. Alpha Togekiss. And now I just gotta find the rest of the fucking things that I have. And if it's alpha, we just move it over. So that means that on this sheet, we'll put this, make it green, that we have it. Now it's just taking a look and see what we got. Okay, Motham. Let me move this. Can I move this over here? Cool. All right, Motham should be early on. Motham is 45. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, so 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. I go over here, next to 46. Motham. Now we have the other alternate forms too. Those would just be tacked on at the end for what we're doing. Alright, and then Starly. Starly is 12, but then, like, once again, we caught a few of them, so this actually works. So 6, 12. Mark this off here. And now this is something that we can actually do while we're getting on our way to leveling everything up to 80 plus. So this will just be something else that we end up doing. Lamiao. Lamiao is 152, which is box number 6. Let's just move them over here. Don't worry, we'll alter everything else later. God damn it. I'm pressing the wrong buttons. Legends. Why is that not? Why? Stop pressing that button, Kit. Legends. This. Alpha 6. Okay. That way I can go to here. 152, which is right there for Glameow. We click this. I need to go to 3 Glameow. Cool. Not Galmeow. Glameow. Alright. Green. There we go. So I got 4 alphas. However, not everything can be alpha, so all these shiny lads, I don't care about. Well, I do, but like, but any of the ones that are regular that we like can't do anything about, like we could just put them in here. I need 2 more boxes, I think. Right? Because this, so 6 is 180, 7's to 210, 8's to 240, this 242, so I need 9 boxes. Alright, let's go get 9 boxes all set up. And this is just going to be for regular alphas. And just like Pokemon that we don't need to use. But there are going to be the shiny versions of everything, so we'll see those in due time. I'm just going to move these right now. This box and then one more. And then we'll go from there. So now we could be on the hunt for alphas. In case anyone thinks that this is a dumb idea. Don't worry, some of the plans I have in the future are just as dumb. And then we won't worry about naming the rest of them. So, cool. Alright. So now we need to keep aside any alpha Pokemon. As far as the remaining other shinies go, I don't know what the fuck we're gonna do about that. So good luck on there. Derpy might be able to tell me what's going on. We'll see. I can collect platinum points! Hooray! Alright. So next. 2 hours in the stream. 4 o'clock. That's fine. It is time to see about something else. So, we are going to spend the next hour or so checking for unknown. Now, this isn't just because I need to, like, catch unknown, I suppose. This is also because I need... While I also need unknown, I do need Eevee and Cherubi. And I think that if I do this, we might have a better chance at finding Cherubi and Eevee. So in the 3 hours, I just want to point this out. In the 3 hours that we streamed trying to catch Eevee yesterday, not a single... There was only, I think, 1 mass outbreak, and it was when we started it. But there was nothing for Cherubi. So we're going to spend just an hour looking for unknown, and if we find unknown, we just go from there. Like, cool. Like, it's like we find unknown, awesome. But if, like, Eevee and Cherubi's, like, outbreaks show up, we're going straight over there. So
So we're going to do this for the next little bit. As far as it goes, catching the other alphas, we'll do that a little bit later today. The big thing is I still need 3 Eevees, but if we also can get some unknown at the same time, then, you know, it's not the worst thing. We just need to make sure that, like, all of the guaranteed alphas we get, and then anything else we're just gonna need to find. If we see an alpha unknown, we'll just grab it, just so we can add it to our list. I actually think that some of the regular unknown that we have probably are alpha. So we go in here. None of them are blue. Now I was saying, oh, we could just like go around the Eevee area just to see if we can get a shiny Eevee there. While that is probably another efficient way to do it, for any of you who were there yesterday at the stream, you saw that I was literally just stuck getting shiny Bidoof, Shinx, Starlies, and Driflooms. So since I don't want to deal with that, we are going to just do this. Because I do think while doing this, this will make it where we can possibly get a outbreak that is Eevee or Cherubi, because I'm going to a place that is not spawning Eevee, or spawning Cherubi and doesn't have Eevee. So we just got to pay attention to those. For the massive mass outbreaks, luckily we have to like... So here's the thing. With y'all alpha stuff, I will have to do space-time distortions. So I think it's just in best interest to also do those later today. Well, there might be unknown in here. We'll see. Hello. Hey, Blossie. Can you check something for me? If you would. This is just something for far future Kit, but it's probably nice to know now than later. And for anyone who is hearing what the question I'm about to ask, you're probably thinking I'm insane, but based on something that I want to do, I think it's a good question to ask. Which is, does everyone have to share Pokemon Home on the same Switch, or is Pokemon Home account dependent? I would assume it's account dependent. But we would see. Fucking, yeah, that is totally how it works. So if you keep going to the same place, it's just not gonna fucking spawn. That's crazy. Okay. All right. We need one of them to be orange. We need one of these cherries to be orange. That's a fucking giant cherry, though. What the hell? Come on, come on, come on, please, please.
Are you just the last one? Is that really all of them? That's sad. Here's the thing. While we're here, we will check these 2 trees. You know what? I actually will catch you. While you're here. No way you poison me, bucko. Yeah. There is some random things I'm gonna have to focus on. So that tree's not shaking. The tree's not shaking. Nothing for Cherubi. But we have some confirmation bias. Return to the village. Okay, well, Crimson Mirelins are got to be your best friend for now. But there is still some other stuff to find and do. Here's the other thing. Now I have to catch Alpha Burmies if I want to just complete that stupid idea. Which is a great idea, so we're going to do it. But we'll go from there. For now, we just want to keep trying to get these. We won't multitask for right now. I'm thinking that the berries... You know what? I'll take you. Thank you. Listen, if it helps just get closer, that's fine. I will also try to catch one of these, like... If I go in here and one of these is alpha. And grab that too. I'm just thinking of like the mass outbreaks, because those will still be good. It's just now I need to have alpha versions of stuff. And like, once again, the starters, something I need to consider. But I think instead of using the guava berries, I think now might be the time to just use, because I think Cherubi has all of the information on like where I need to go. So we shall see. What letter are you? You're the letter X. Welcome to the club, letter X. The letter X has been caught. Like I said, this is something we can do. Whew. All right, well. Progress. Right? Progress. I think at 3 hours into the stream, I might just go through the like one area and just like look for everything and just get all of the alphas taken care of that are in said area that I would still need. Like, we are still looking for shinies, but this also just means that I can get closer to getting an Amorous, because keep in mind, I don't have the exact like list of every single one of these Pokemon that are mine that are caught in this game, because there's a bunch of Pokemon that we have that aren't caught from this game. And that means that space-time distortions are now an actual option. This is so much faster. Okay. Alpha Eevee is actually a possibility. That's crazy.
again, if we see any alphas, we will catch them if they're on the list. And just add it. Come on, one of you be blue. One of you be blue. One of you might be blue. You left. Okay, well, that's one thing I need. So fucking loud. God damn. Okay, well, we know that this is faster. Now that we know this is faster, it just matters on getting the luck to get the actual, like, shiny. I did catch 5. Slowly adding to the list. Turn to the village. We could also grab the Space-Time Distortion Pokemon if we go in there. Though that's the thing is, like, when it comes to Space-Time Distortions, we will have to, like, do multiple of those, because that's going to be the only way we get the alphas. And I can wait patiently for that sort of stuff, because that, I mean, it gives me a reason to also wait for Magnemites and Cranidos and Rampardos, Shieldon, Bastiodon. It's all about patience. All about patience. Do you want to keep playing this game forever? No. But like I said, 3 Eevees is where we like have the first stop, and then we can kind of hold off on this game for a little bit. I know October is when Legends ZA comes out, but that's fine. But hey, now we know that this is probably a good possibility on how to do the grind, so that is sick. And those other like regular outbreaks we can always check too, but luckily there's like some that are going to be like super easy to get later on and some that are going to be super hard. Really the hard ones, I'm going through my brain of just all the different Pokemon that might be difficult. The different forms of Burmy will definitely be difficult. Spiritomb kind of is difficult. It's just more the fact that we have to do a massive mass outbreak and hope it gets to a phase 2. But it's then just another grind of finding, like, we have to at least find one female Burmy or just an alpha Wormadam. Is this something I should have done way earlier? Yes, but it wasn't exactly in my forefront of my thought process. So but this is going to definitely speed up the EV stuff. And then not everything can be alpha, because obviously the legendaries can't, so we'll just kind of rope them in wherever need be. Here's the thing. Do we finish the Path of Solitude before Legends ZA? Because that's going to be... It's out in October, right? Wow. Also, if anyone's worried about the shiny aspect of these unknown, luckily if like we would hear we would hear. Excuse me. So we can just keep doing this for quite some time. I'm feeling pretty good, all things considered. That is not an alpha ghastly. That's just a big ghastly. Cool. All right. I also want to see how much I can like go through without having to look it up, just to see like if I remember where all the alpha spots are. That'd be interesting. I just want to get one more shiny like off our list. I mean, if it is an unknown, like so be it. But we can go from there. You know what? We might want to go through Cobalt Coastlands first. See if we can clean sweep a lot of the stuff that's there. Like I was also considering, you know what? That's actually, hold on. Let me do this. Just writing these down. Okay. The more I add these, the better. I don't know if I checked, but I just don't care. Mime Jr. I'm gonna have to like kind of memorize, or like once we catch them, I can just write out like where like the best place to get them are. But if I'm gonna do a video on like the alpha stuff, like that one's not gonna have to be like super crazy. That one's just gonna probably like because really the hardest ones. No, there's I mean that one's not even super interesting. That's just more I need to keep track of this so that way I can be aware of what's needed. So not too bad. Also, sorry, side note, Nikkei stuff. Nikkei releasing, so far there's 3 out of the 4, 4 out of the 5 bunny outfits that are been revealed so far. Like, they're going all out for this, this event that they're about to do. And I need to also, speaking to Nikkei, watch the Nikkei story, which I might do during, like, the Dead by Daylight stuff, just to kind of get through it. But they've revealed Bunny Aid, who is like fucking amazing. Aid was already incredible to begin with, and now just even better. And she doesn't need to wear glasses, so like great. But then there's Bunny Bunny Milk, which is an interesting take. But like also cool. There's Bunny Exia, which is like see, that's okay. Like that just seems kind of out of left field, I'm gonna be honest, for Bunny Exia. And then they just revealed Bunny Clay, which
like it fucking 2000 out of 10. like they just knocked it out of the park with that outfit. Gonna be interesting to figure out how that outfit works or character wise, but like no complaints. But there's one more outfit that they teased, which is even like very much like kind of on the edge. And they still haven't revealed which character is going to be the one wearing that one. And there's still 3 potential characters it could be. So we'll see. We'll have to see what happens. The thing is, I'm so curious about this upcoming event for Nikke, not just because like Bunny Girl stuff and, you know, Kit being good old degenerate Kit. But like the way they're describing stuff. Oh, hi. The way that they're describing stuff makes it sound like there is a, like, the protagonist, like, not the commander, which most of the time they're like very upfront. It's like, this person's trying to win the commander's heart, or this person's trying to do this. And, you know, we just don't question it because Nikke. But this one's saying the protagonist, which is really just like, what the heck is this? Dead by Daylight just revealed something. Oh, that looks terrifying. What is this? Okay, sorry, I was like reading, like somebody also said the same thing, is like, why would Bay wear that? Or it is Bay, not Clay. Excuse me. Wondering like why Bay would wear the specific outfit if she hates being looked at, which I'm just like, yeah, I agree, but also like, cool. Are you? No, okay. So F. All right, we do have a few alpha unknowns. Is X one of them? Nope. Let's get that actually out of the way. X. It's all going to be worried about the repeats. That's really what it's going to come down to. There's nothing new to add this time. Return to the village. Yeah, I think it sounds like they're all within like a performance of some kind. And like and like the protagonist that they're trying to wow is the commander. But currently, if the favorite items are to be believed, 2 out of the 3 Nikkes so far, 2 are like actively dating the commander. I don't remember. Exia just wants to play games with the commander. I don't think they're dating. Well, they might be, actually. I feel like the favorite item does imply dating based off of how each one ends. I have to check out Polly's and Julia's still, because I have them unlocked. I just haven't done them. But I'm going to assume that they're the same, considering that Bay's definitely was like asking out the commander. Who was the other one from this set? Oh, Tove. Tove actually didn't, now that I think about it. But Tove is like really dense. But also Tove like should be with the commander, I'm just saying. So like girl? Saying? Just saying. Polly, I imagine, is probably gonna be with the commander. Julia's like the only one that's just like out of left field for me because I know her lore. I just don't know. Because that means it implies that she comes back from the surface because she just left to just stay on the surface for who knows how long. So I would assume this means that she's come back. But it's like hard to tell. Alright, for the third time, we have found unknown. Yes, you're fucking small as shit! Exclamation point. Left, okay. Another one shows up. You show up. Oh, seriously? Come back! Dude, they just don't want to get caught. Not the letter X again. Okay, you ran away. What about you? Okay, cool. Them running away is not that big of a deal. It's just the fact that they're hard to catch is annoying. Gosh, I think I know every Nikkei's lore now. Except, actually, not so much the newer stories. I did want to go through each story and just kind of, like, listen to it. But we'll see that later. Skunk Tank! We're also making really good time on all this, so the fact that we got 2 shiny unknown is pretty good. The unknown alphabet's a bit interesting. Okay, well, congratulations. You are our one that's going to be the alpha that we get. Cool. I caught it, and then the rest of them were like, the fuck did you just do? We're like, yeah. Surprise. Sorry, I just realized after looking at the bunny stuff that I needed to message one of Derpy's friends and be like, we aren't ready. We aren't ready. So much time, so much good time. It's also almost 5 o'clock. I think that, well, okay, Sparks is playing that Ace Attorney game. So, I know they're not free. Derpy should probably be waking up soon. Nico said that they'll be online possibly today. So we'll see. Surprised Cassie hasn't shown up today. Ba-dum-ba-da-da-da-da-dum. I've been messaged by a Cheeps. What did a Cheeps message me? Poor innocent Cheebs. Poor innocent Cheebus. I just got the most funny message from Cheebs to me. Oh, Cheebus. No! Oh my gosh. I wanted to mess with the Cheebus. And he's just messaged me saying that they discovered that there's a book that gives more, She's just baffled by the fact that I've read every book in P5X so far. Eevees is funny. I know Belastic would agree. This is why I was telling Cheebs that he should get on the frickin' call. So that way I can help guide what needs to be done. He doesn't know. Chad, he doesn't know. It's funny. No, I'm trying, Blossels. I'm trying. No, we're talking about P5X, because in Persona 5X, there's like all the different synergies and everything. And I personally found that the best way to go about like ranking everything is like getting the social points up is like not too difficult. And it's best to just get them, like raise them up while you're, yeah, it's best to raise them up while you're like doing the part-time jobs. Everything else, like you don't need, you shouldn't like really like focus on the extra stuff like going to the gym in that game or like something similar. Unless it's like a ×3 boost, and then it's more worth it. But for the most part, like you just want to like level your stats slowly so that way you can just kind of take your time getting through the synergies. But you do want to get Yumi, the bartender, up to 13 so you can start making the drink that actually like gives you more action points.
But like the game, you have to take the game slow anyway, and there's not really like a waste for doing anything, at least in my honest opinion. Like you just do your thing and you'll get there eventually. But like if you're really trying to like focus, like Tomoko and Yumi are like the two big ones that you want to max out quickly, because they just give you stuff that will increase like your action points and like be able to do more things. And then Tomoko actually gives you more stat points if you do part-time jobs, which once you give everybody a gift, like for the first time, you just want to keep giving them the best gift. But I've also lately just been giving them gifts that don't entirely matter, which might sound surprising. Like you might be like, wait, why are you giving them gifts that like don't give you that much points? If I have them in my bag, it just makes more sense to just give it to them rather than like trying to buy the most expensive thing all the time. At least that's how I feel about it. I'm sure if you want to like Superman max it, you should just only do synergy stuff when you have the best gift. But I think if you don't want to like waste time just raising up the other stats, sometimes it's just best to give them like whatever bog standard gift you have. However, let me do, because there is something else that possibly can happen. I just gotta double check that I can do it soon. No, it's at 17. Okay, so I'm so far away. But I rank 17 with Yumi. You will get trying to think. At rank 17 with Yumi, you get the ability, like the 50% chance to make an additional drink on top of the drink that you just made. So you can combo that with like the extra action point boost. So what am I doing? Spend time at LeBlanc. Because luckily I will be able to I can get some extra points here. Is this a Yusuke thing? Yeah, it is. Sorry, I'm doing this real quick. I don't know what's going on with my phone. My phone is not liking the server lately. Oh, I just teleported. Return to the village. We'll make some progress. A communication error has occurred. Okay. Ever since we got the new internet stuff, my oh, did I get the? Okay, I did get the points. Cool. I don't even feel like I want to study or anything. I just want to work at the convenience store. Actually, no, I want to work at the crepe shop because the crepe shop actually gets me guts. I am behind on guts. And then hopefully I get to hang out with peeps. Oh, hopefully I get to hang out with Yui. I want to hang out with Yui because Yui is great. All the characters in the game are great. I think they're better than the P5 ones. P5R. They're coming. The special strawberry crepe. This person's looking online. Try the BLT crepe. No, I'm just kidding. Try the strawberry. How about a tango? Or maybe some rock and roll. I leave it up to you. Like before. I don't even remember how this song goes, but it's pretty cool. Dun 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 dun. Dude, the letter L just sailed right into me. Same with the letter P. Same with the letter G. Same with the letter X. That's right, I know my undead language.
letters, things. Leave it. Dude, stop trying to disconnect. I'm trying to get more points and more money. I think my lowest stat right now is guts, but that's just because the crepe store doesn't give too much. Okay. Wait. No, I can't hang out with anyone today. I could just have a soak. I'm working at the crepe shop again. Hello, miss. I know I was just here. Can I please work here again? Because really, I'm not even worried about my social stats right now. I am just needing yen in the game. So if I can just get yen, then cool. Dude, you want me to recommend the special strawberry crepe again? Crazy, miss. How do you feel about the peanut butter crepe? I'm just kidding. That's the one I wanted. Hooray! Hope to see you again. Thanks for the money. Yeah, pretty much like in P5X, the yen gets used for like, there's like little collectible, like little figurine collectibles that you can use. Or it's for buying gifts. And it's just way better to just buy the gifts. Like, if you can keep buying the best gift for people, that is the best thing you could do. Oh, it's not even nighttime yet? Oh, wait a second. Do I have a energy drink? I don't. Booking. Hello. Return to the village. I also have to do... there's an event going on that I really need to try. I just haven't been doing too well at it. Okay. 2 of these. I should be able to do 2 master drinks. Yeah, 2 delicious ones. I can get extra 6. Extra 6 points, not bad. Missing some ingredients? You don't fucking say. Return to the village. The village has everything that I need. Mess up bricks. Alright. I think we do this twice more. And then after that, I think we're going to do a full clear of Cobalt Coastlands stuff. And yes, we are going to be waiting for a space-time distortion. So that's 1. I know, shocking. We're going to be waiting for a space-time distortion, but if I'm going to need to get every single alpha, then this is what we got to do. So. Piplup. Piplup's doing Piplup things. Cool. I should have a decent memory. I mean, if I catch like an additional alpha, it's like not the end of the world. I just get rid of it at that point. So. Nothing. All right, let's go to Cobalt Coastlands. Now, there's multiple reasons for Cobalt Coastlands. We are actually going to be driving around quite a bit. But we're going to see if Kit remembers everything there is to know about the Cobalt Coastlands. There can't be a massive mass outbreak. I don't want to do massive mass outbreaks yet, just because, like, let's get everything normally, and then we'll go from there. So, yeah. So this is just Kit versus Alpha. This is what's going to happen. We did get 2 unknown. That's pretty cool. Save me. The other thing that makes me... Okay, cool. So we're going to go to the Coastlands camp first. And is it daytime or nighttime? It is daytime. So first thing for daytime is, if we go over here, there should be... This is a Chansey. This is an Alpha Chansey that should be over here. Yep, that is correct.
Yep, we are literally going to be fighting each one of these. There's also Blissey, so that's something else to keep in mind. Cool. So that's the Alpha Chansey done. Now I need to go... So this is one of the ones that changes. This should be an Alpha Star Raptor. Should be in the middle here. No, is it just the Dusknoir? Okay, it's just the Dusknoir. I thought it switches to an Alpha Star Raptor, but I apparently was wrong. There is an Alpha Golduck over here, so we can go grab that, and that actually finishes up Psyduck and Golduck. I think the reason I thought there was an Alpha Star Raptor there is I think most of the times that I play this game, there is always one over there. Alpha Golduck. Gotcha. I'm not writing it on my sheet yet until I get it. So, good. Alright. Next. There is an Alpha Abapom to the left. Let's go grab that real quick. However, sometimes there is a enemy. It's not this time. So we'll get the Alpha Abapom. There's an Alpha Walrein over here. I don't really want to check. Like, I don't want to... That tree is not gonna have what I need. There's not an Alpha Apom. I'm like thinking in my brain what I need. There are 3 trees in a row that are all shaking. Interesting. Ah, my fucking... That hurt. That's fine. Ow, you fucking... My leg just... Okay, this bird was doing something to this tree. Is that good news or bad news? That's a Wormadam. Not the worst news. Okay, so that Walrein that I ignored is gonna be over here. One, two, three, 4. Hyper Beam. Oh, okay. That's Hyper Beam. Alright, that is the Alpha Walrein caught. Is there anything up top that's Alpha? No. There is a shaking tree over here. Something to consider. Wormadam. Once again, we do have to stay here like just long enough for a space-time distortion to head out. And then after the space-time distortion shows up, that's when I'll start like piecing together some other things I'll need. We have Alpha Drapion here. We haven't seen any just like random alphas. We've really only just seen like just alphas in general. Alpha Machoke, which means Machamp we can get later. Oh yeah, you're upset. What's in you? Normally not over here, so I would assume that these are all Burmies, but Nothing big. There should be an artillery. I was gonna say artillery before it showed up. Okay. You make a lot of noise, friend. Make a lot of noise. Okay. Let's think about all of the different Pokemon that are still around here that we need to still get an alpha form of. Luckily, because this is the end of the game, alphas can just like take the spot of regular Pokemon. Which means I actually will need to check up here just in case one of the Growliths decided to just be angry. Just for the time being, because once again, once we get like the some other stuff, we should be fine. Alpha Stantler, like, so Weird Ear is actually easy because we get an Alpha Stantler, so we just have to catch that twice and then evolve it. Which, I mean, shouldn't be that bad. Alpha Dustox, we'll take. Not normally here, but we'll take it. There's the Alpha Dusknoir that we need to grab, so that is something else I need to be aware of. There should be the Alpha Paragly. Okay. Ow. Ow. Panic, panic, panic. Okay, so since we are here, now we need to go... Now we need to get the Alpha Dusknoir. Alpha Dusknoir should be over here. Yep. Okay. Y'all make some insane noises. The next question, though, is, like, because we need to just find just bog standard alphas. Like, they need to... Luckily, the alpha's not going to run away, so we don't have anything to worry about there. It's just more, can we find it? Alpha Remoraid sounds like a headache and a half. Just want it to be known. Mantike and Mantine... That's going to be annoying. Quillfish is not bad. Because once again, the evolutions are not bad if I can find an alpha version of their smaller counterpart. Shellos. Like, I'm just looking around just to see. There's no Alpha Gyarados, I don't think. Actually, wait a second. Yes, there is. Isn't there an Alpha Gyarados, like, just all the way back here? Yeah! Let's go. Kit knows his stuff sometimes. That means I need to find an Alpha Magikarp. Please don't. Oh. Okay. I'm going to be honest. I'm surprised I remember that there is a Alpha Gyarados out here. There's also the Tentacruel that's over here. I know that. And then there's a Luminion that's also over here. Ish. So this is one. And once again, we're just kind of going on about just so we can find these. After we do our whole once around, I will... Excuse me. I will look up the remaining ones that we're missing. Yeah, unfortunately, Drifloon and Driflims are going to take over for Basculin. There's a Ninetales. I think there's a Ninetales and Polion. There is a Motham, but we already have one. And then Luminion. I think that's all we're missing right now. Watch this one be purple. And then we have somebody really sad. Nope, you're not. Cool. Hello? We'll check around here just in case any of these ones are... Okay. We'll take a look just to see. Yo, please. You're gonna need to stop. Oh, sick. Space-time distortion. That was 10 minutes? I say that was a 10-minute one? It's actually spawning where we're going to be. So, the reason why the space-time distortion is now actually important is because that's going to be the only way we get some of the alphas. Some of the more difficult alphas, like, we'll be able to get there, and that shouldn't be fine. The fact that an Alpha Gastrodon's here and not on the other island is funny. But there is also one on the other island, so I just forgot about you. Okay. Luminion. Right here. Not bad. This tree is shaking. I mean, it could be good news. You never know. It's not, but it could have been. Is there any... Isn't there an alpha quillfish? Yes! I can't believe deep cut. This is actually great because that means I'm gonna be able to get a quillfish and overquill. Not bad. Not bad at all. That is about a quarter away. That's fine. We still got time. I don't think there's any place, or actually no, there's an Alpha Basculin that is in Cobalt Coastlands. So that shouldn't be bad. Tentacle, Walrein. Alright, there's the Alpha Empoleon, so we do want to get this. The only other one left that we have is... Is there anything else left? I don't think so. Any that are guaranteed, rather. I mean, around here, sometimes one of you can be alpha. But I think everything else will probably get from massive mass outbreaks. Except for Burmese. There's the Motham. Motham is not bad at all. Alright, so obviously we're hoping for shiny Magnemite because that's what can show up here. But, you know, there's others that could be also here. So, I'm going to check Cobalt Coastlands and see what our alpha spawns are. Okay, so our alpha spawns, Luminion, that one I got, that one I got. There is, okay. There is one behind one of the, there's, what is that one? There's one that's behind one of the islands in the middle. Everything else I got. So there's one right here, but I don't know what that one would be.
Also, when we come back here, because we are going to have to come back here, we're going to dig in every spot that needs to be dug so we can get all the lore. Waiting for this. It's been so long since we've done this. All right, here we go. Shit, that game's coming out. So let's go looking for Magnemites, but also like anything alpha. Just add it to the list. None of you. It's a Magneton. And a regular Magnemite. We weren't expecting too much. We do want to catch these, like, if they're here. Just 'cause. We need to get rid of them anyway, so. Excuse me. Alpha Skunk Tank. I'll take both of you. Wow. That's funny. If I caught that one, that's sick. That's nice. Good shit. Funny, Mr. Mime can block those, which is hilarious. Three Eevees. That's hilarious. Didn't even see the ball in that last one. It'd be funny if we get a shiny Eevee from this. Like, that'd be like, oh, cool. Larion, huh? That guy just floated the fuck away. Yeah, less yelling, more trying to block the sticky globs, buddy. These guys have no idea what hit them. None of these are too particularly exciting. Yeah. That guy I can get elsewhere. It's not the, well, okay, well, we already got him, so. I also need the Seeds of Mastery anyway, so. Come on, shiny Eevee. That'd be great. You fucking jumped like a dickhead. I'm so proud of you. Cool. Alright, I want to know what that middle Pokemon is. And then after that, we can go from there. Kinda hope it's Remoraid. No, it's Mantine, isn't it, actually? I think it actually is Mantine. Also, how am I gonna know that Remoraid's alpha? Like, I just gotta drive by it and turn red? Anyway, this is totally Alpha Mantine, right? It is. Fucker, show up. No. How am I gonna get an Alpha Remoraid? That and Mantike seems insane. Okay. Well, okay, good news is we caught a bunch of Pokemon. Bad news is we need to keep trying to get fucking Magnemite. Do I really want to just stick with this? I could. All right, we'll go back to Unknown. We'll go back to Unknown for now. We're gonna just keep doing this. Hope for an Eevee, I suppose. Maybe we could also just get another Unknown. That's not the worst thing. It's just the grinding the space-time distortion part's what sucks. There's not really any tell for it either, except for reading it from the top of the screen, but just keep doing this for now. Part of me is thinking I should just go in order. That'll be something later, so. Any of y'all want to be shiny? No? Cool. Didn't think so. No runs. That's not what we're looking for. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? What do you want from me? I don't know why Adam Lambert just came to my head, but that's fine. Hey, slow it down. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? I'm afraid, baby, you're beautiful, and there's nothing wrong with you. There might have been a time when I would give myself away. Oh, once upon a time, I didn't give a damn. But now, here we are,
What do you want from me? What do you want from me? Just don't give up. I'm working it out. Please don't give in. I won't let you down. It messed me up. Need a second to breathe. Just keep coming around. Oh, what do you want from me? Man, I just sometimes I know my English music. Sometimes. Not always, but I sometimes do. What other English music do I know? Like, I'm trying to think of like the good songs that I know rather than just like random stuff. They'll wait for me to fall under the pressure. They'll wait for me to give it up. Well, I will not fight the past. Where I fight the passing. God, I don't remember the words of that song. Where was I when the rockets came to life and carried you away to the alligator sky? Even though I'll never know what's up ahead, I'm never letting go. I'm never letting go. That's not a plane, that's me. Sitting where I'm supposed to, floating on the cloud that we're probably coming close to. The concrete and the skies of places, no more kidding. Filled with sky of a place. Firecracker to the moon, keep your eyes shut. Blasting off like a rocket from the ground up. Keep a cab on the Mondays, now a taxi, southern lights on the runway. Fly, I got no one Milky Way. Clouds on the clouds, God, my landlord. Well, yeah, yes, and if you need me, you can find me in the alligator sky. Rockets came to life and carried you away into the alligator sky. Dude, combi? Crazy. Even though I'll never know what's up ahead, I'm never letting go. I'm never letting go. Wow, I bumped. Roller coaster through the atmosphere. I'm drowning in the starry serenity. Ecstasy becomes cavalier. My imagination's taking me away. Reverie whisper in my ear. I'm scared to death that I used to listen to LCD a bunch. I really listened to some of their more recent tracks. It's pretty good. Come on, give me the Cherubi, give me the Eevee, give me something. All I got is music. That's a fucking Psyduck of destruction and death and terror. It's like Sparks decided to wage war with an elephant. I can't believe this. Reverie whisper in my ear, scared to death that I'll never be afraid. Haha, the outbreak of Starly. Crazy. My head is haunting me and my heart feels like a gun. You got me on my knees, I'm your one become. Cross my heart and hope to die. Promise you I'll never leave your side. I'm missing words there. But I'm telling you, you're all I need. I promised you, you're all I see. 'Cause I'm telling you, you're all I need. I'll never leave. So you can drag me through hell. If it meant I could hold your hand, I will follow you. I feel like I'm tone deaf. Maybe I am. I'm not sure. I just sing random words Or just, well, songs that I know. As long as they're not in a different language. Because if I mean, I could if I read it, like, verbatim. But if I don't know the lyrics, like, I'm pretty bad. Because immediately Orion to Shout Out comes to mind, and I remember on the person's website that has like all the lyrics like written out, after I read it, oh, I can read it, it will be fine, but before then, nah. Moto, moto. Quito, quito, quito. Fucking Silcoon. Wild. I suppose you. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 ba da 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 dun 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 dun. Your power, bam 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 bam, run away. That's a angry unknown figure. It's gonna chase me down, and it's got a red eyeball filled with hostility. It's gonna attack me. It's going for the throat, but it does not have any hands to do that with. Oh, it's bad. It's not good, but I'm fine. I'm running away. As long as I know a melody, I can put whatever lyrics. I've been like inspired recently by watching some make some noise clips where they're given a prompt and they just have to like act it out like different voices or like expressions. And I always thought that was cool because like I've never like learned how to do improv, but through streaming I've kind of, I wouldn't say I've like learned, but yeah. I kind of, you know, one thing I like regretted. So we talked about like my middle school and like high school days, mostly high school last stream, but I had a, how do I put this? There was a decision that I made in middle school that I feel like now, like hindsight 2020 has like lasting repercussions, I suppose. Because yes, I never took like a drama or like a theater class or anything like that. That was actually my first choice of class to take when I was in middle school, when we were like having to choose stuff. The problem that I had, which is why I backed out of the class, and I think the backing out of the class is more of a hindrance than anything, was because it required me to talk to people in that class, which, me being brand new and moving in from a different state, like, it was over for me. I had no interest. I was like, no, I can't. Talking with other human beings, like, that's just not what the kit does. You know, I like, compared to my like negativity for like high school time, I realized that I have a lot more like humorous and like positive memories from middle school. There was the one time I got detention for doing homework. That was an interesting time. But like, I'm thinking about it and I'm like, wasn't there a time that there was a guy that I like, he introduced me to the Rainbow Six series, played the hell out of it, and actually was decently good at the game. And then like, we did like, we
we're always the ones to like get our homework done and everything in the class super early. So like the teachers like didn't really care what we did. And he came up with this like paper game. And I say paper game because all it was just on scratch paper. And it was our own version of like an MMO, I guess. I don't know how else to describe it. I remember it was called Smiley World. And what it was is that like it wasn't like an actual like, oh, you got to play it on the computer sort of game or anything like that. We just wrote on a piece of paper. You designed in the top right corner of the page, if I recall correctly, a smiley, like just a smiley face. You could give like, I think mine had like grills and fucking like sunglasses. And the big thing is that you had to, depending on what you did in real life, would determine how like what you would get for like your smiley, essentially. So it was all like honor code sort of system, right? So you couldn't just be like, my smiley's all of a sudden rich, she's gotten $10,000. And when somebody asks you, where do you get that from? You just say you wrote it. Then, you know, you weren't part of the game group. But I don't remember how many of us there was. I just remember we all like, we made our smileys and we all started off with like a weapon and armor is what it was. And like I said, depending on what you would do in like real life, like with your classmates, would determine like what items your smiley would get or what you can do. So we each had our own piece of paper, and then there was the guy who started it had his own paper for like shop, for like essentially a shop, a general like meeting hub, and I think there was a third one, but I don't remember what it was. And all you do is just like, if you like help somebody out with like homework or something, like they would, and like one person from the game saw that, they would like say, hey, this person did this. And the guy who was like the game master would like give out like rewards to the smileys. And like, whether it be like in-game currency, once again, this was all on a piece of paper. So like you could fudge numbers if you wanted to, but all of us were like weirdly like honor code driven. So we never like adjusted anything. I remember like I made my smiley like a farmer, and just wanted to grow like as many crops as possible to build up like a mansion for all of our smileys. Which never really went that far because the main guy who made it, his game boards essentially got covered in water. I think he spilled water and it went everywhere because he was eating dry ramen and wanted to mix some water in with it. But two, like, they also ended up moving away. And since they ended up moving away, like, there's nothing we can do. Also, now that I think about it, not only was that guy the one who like introduced me to that Smiley World in Rainbow Six, I think they also introduced me to Red vs. Blue, because I remember we always used to hang out in their house, and I slept over like a few days, and it was like we watched like the beginning of Red vs. Blue. I'm trying to think of like, was there anything else that we did? Yeah, I know they moved to a different state. And I think it was because their parents were dog breeders. So, like, every time I went to their house, I know I was, like, sneezing a bunch, so my parents had me take medicine beforehand. This is before, though, that we knew how bad my allergies were, so we just kind of, like, didn't question it. We just were like, he's sneezing, just take the medicine and just move on with life. Well, the more I think about it, like, no, because they had a bunch of dogs, like, everywhere. We also played on the Xbox a ton. I think we also played Gears of War together. Maybe? No, it might have just been Rainbow. No, we played Halo. We played Halo 3. I know that much. Gosh. I don't... I feel like there was like a lot more that we also ended up doing. They were the ones who introduced me to Roblox. That's right. That's right. Hi, Derpy. How's it going? Funny you joined, as we mentioned that game. I obviously do not play that game anymore. I think it's fucking awful, but back in the day it was the greatest goddamn thing. Like it definitely felt like a safe place. It was like a game made for kids. I was a kid at that time, so like made that God, I always did all the tycoon games. If it was a tycoon game or like a survival game, that was what I would do. Also quizzes. Quizzes were probably my favorite. Nowadays, the game is hot garbage for a multitude of reasons, as you know, the world knows now. But back then, that was fun. And then I think they were also the ones, because I think my dad introduced me to a game that I always forget the name of, but it was like so much fun. It was like, it wasn't Baldur's Gate, but it was like close to it. And like they also played that game, so I played it again with them. Divinity Original Sin. No, this middle school time, Derpy. We're talking like, gosh, we're talking like 10, 15 years ago. No, 14, 12 to 14 years ago. My math is correct. I did play Divinity Original Sin, and one of mine and Doge's friends, and it might have been Doge himself. I don't remember if Doge was part of it. I just remembered we walked into the first area, accidentally threw down a fireball, so like everyone was fighting us, but because we all were like really good with positioning, we actually murdered the entire town. And then we couldn't do anything because we killed the entire town. But like, that was a fun time that happened. But no, we did do that in Divinity Original Sin. But that would have been probably 10 years ago. So. No, it was like a machine bait. Like the way that the game opened was, it was all gear based. Like I talked about this in the past. We looked it up. I found it. And then I told myself that I wasn't going to forget. And then I would immediately forget, because there's games from my past that I recall that I can't remember the name of the games because it's been so long, but it was in my like dad's gaming collection. That like probably don't want to play now, like some of them, but some of them are like, I would like to play either like any updated version of the game or go from there. Because if I recall correctly, it was an overhead RPG. When loot fell on the ground, it was kind of like Diablo style loot where it would like show its name and then it would show like the color. You had a party that you would assemble, but as time went on, like if your party member died, they were just permanently dead. And like, you would still see their like portrait or something. But I remember that the main menu was like gear based and mechanical. Like it looked like an iron gate that was like opening. And there was an expansion and like a main game. The main one was green. Like the gate was green. And the expansion had like blue frost on it. And I think I always played the blue frost one. And I think I would always get to... I think I would get to like the second like or third area of the game.
and then I would have like one character die, and I wouldn't, since I didn't know like if I could revive him or anything, I would just reset the game and do exactly the same thing over and over again. I'll have to look it up because there's like, I can end up finding it. There's usually like lists of like top games from the past. Yeah, that would be one of them. There is another one that is like, sorry, I'm trying to think of like all the other game. Like, I can remember in my brain, I guess. I could visualize the game, visualize like what you do, and can compare it, but I know it wasn't it. There's another game that was like an adventure style pinball game. At least I think it was pinball. But you would go through like these different, like it was a very like castle kind of setting. I would say it's pinball, like a pinball adventure sort of game. Or it was like some sort of like, there was like a rolling ball. It might not be pinball, but I think it was. And you just like go, like if you hit the ball through different areas, you would travel there and you could like solve puzzles with the ball or something like that. I could be misremembering. It might not be even pinball related, but I remember it was like a castle one. I think like it might be like a place where there's like blue, like green flames that would turn orange or something. I don't know. That one's like blurry, but I remember playing something like that. And then there was like a pseudo Pikmin like game, but it wasn't Pikmin, and you didn't have like little troops following you around or anything. What it was is like you were in like a garden, and everything was like gigantic. Like you were short, and everything was gigantic, and you had to like go around this garden. I don't remember the main reason for it, but you had to go through the garden and like survive all like the insects and everything that were there. Which I know it probably sounds like I'm describing Grounded, but this was like 20 years ago is what I'm describing. And it was not multiplayer. Like I know very clearly it was not multiplayer. I think I remember seeing, like I tried searching online and I found an image for it, I think way back when, but I didn't have, like I don't think I clicked to find like where it was actually from. So that was something. I know my dad played Sid Meier's Pirates, and I do want to do like a streams about that, because that was a fun game. Probably people say it's aged super poorly and such, but I actually really enjoyed it. What other games? I know my dad played Rome Total War, and I've always wanted to play more of the Total War games, but I own them, I've just never played them. He did play another game that, like, now that I'm older, I think it might have been like the original Europa Universae. Just thinking of like what he was doing, I think it was, but it was like based around Greece. So I don't know. There's so many games from the past. I know there was like a Moon Commander tank game. That one, like, listen, we don't need to go back to play that one. Remember, it was a green disc with, like, a crosshair on it. And you played as a tank. You shot down stuff. It's first person. It was all vectors. You know, it's one of those other instances where I've talked about the fact that, like, man, if I could go back to the past and, like, go... as long as I can like still meet the same people and befriend the same people that I'm befriending now, if I go back to the past and like just change some things, like I would. We were talking about the high school stuff, right? Because there's some stuff in high school that I definitely would be doing different. But I'm also thinking about like when I was younger, and like I'm wondering if there was a time, if there was a way that I could stop my mom from destroying all of our PlayStation and PC games and throwing away all of our Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon and baseball cards. Because we used to have them all in like a CD holder sort of thing, and then for the cards we had them in like sheet binders and stuff. And there was just one day, it still sticks out to me. There was one day she came in to my brother's room just screaming. And she was screaming at my dad. She was screaming at me. She was screaming at my other brother, my youngest brother at the time. At the time, not word, but like, it would have been word at that time. He was probably too young to know what was going on. But like me and Glorp just, I remember just being terrified because she's never like hit us or anything. Like she's not that like abusive or anything. But back then there was some sort of switch that flipped and she just screamed at everybody. I remember she was like just furious, and like there was a lot of bangs, stuff getting thrown down. And if memory serves, I saw her grab the CD holder for like our PC games, and she started just shattering them and throwing them away, which I think was more to get my dad, I would assume, not so much us. But maybe that's not right, because she would ultimately throw away our Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and I ended up going. I grabbed our baseball cards because that was the only thing that survived back then. I grabbed our baseball cards and it ran into my brother's, into Glorp's like closet, because back then my parents were like hella rich, and in Glorp's room, it was like this really, really big closet. Like it was a fucking aisle to walk down. It was gigantic. And I remember like there was a bunch of like clothes and everything that was just hung up. So I grabbed the binder of the baseball cards and I just hid amongst the shirts. And there was a point where my mom, like, I remember her opening the door, going through, and I think she would grab like one of the other binders that was there, which was either the Pokemon or the Yu-Gi-Oh cards at the time, whichever one she didn't already like throw away. But she didn't notice that I was hiding amongst the shirts. So I'm just like shaking, just terrified, holding on to this binder full of baseball cards, which probably was the knowing how much like cards sell for nowadays, those baseball cards probably are not worth much, but compared to the Pokemon and the Yu-Gi-Oh cards. But I was so obsessed with baseball when I was younger that it makes sense that that's what I would grab. But that day we lost, let's see, we lost every single PC game, every single PlayStation game that we had that was in that like CD holder. We had stuff that was in like actual like game cases, which he didn't touch for some reason, but anything that was in that CD holder, she shattered. Yeah, no, that was a crazy time. And luckily none of our GameCube games were touched. That was good. And then I think it was probably
like a few months after that is when she apologized and got us, which she convinced herself was the prototype of the Wii. And I think even to this day, she still believes that, when it's actually was a bootleg, like, it was like a bootleg system that I think it predated the Wii. And we talked about it on stream, because I think Neko recognized, if I recall correctly, I think Neko's recognized the system I was talking about. I think it predated the Wii. And while we did have fun with that, it did lead to me leaving a hole in the wall because I refused to wear a wrist strap. And then when we played the Wii, when that actually came out, then we then I would wear the wrist strap. Gosh, now that I think about it, that Wii also is probably was one of the reasons why one of my brothers hates one of our cousins. I'm just going down like memory lane for some reason. I don't know why. But I was just like thinking about it. Cause like, yeah, cause there was the whole thing. We had a memory card, and we were all like, we were one of the first to have like the Wii in our family. So we were all playing on the Wii with like our cousins, and one of my cousins decided to go up to the Wii and just pull out the GameCube memory card that was in it while the system was on, and I think it like corrupted all of the data on it. I don't remember what my brother did, but I know he didn't let my cousin live it down. That was an interesting time. You know, now that I think about it, not including my parents, because like I'll talk to my parents every like once in a while. I don't keep in contact with any of my cousins or aunts and uncles. I'm thinking about it. I know one of my cousins just recently got married. I know one of my cousins just recently got married. And two of my other cousins, I don't know where, like, two of my other cousins, I don't know where they are. And then, because I have 3 female cousins, 4 male. Five female cousins, I think. Yeah, I actually don't know what happened with any of my cousins. I don't really know what's happened with like any of my family now that I think about it. That's a bit concerning, isn't it? I mean, obviously know what's happened with my grandparents, but like, that's... You know, now if I recall correctly, I think I scared my mom about her mom, aka my grandma on her side. I can't remember clearly anymore. No, maybe I can. I'm thinking really hard. There was a point where I was supposed to write about like something that like meant a lot, like that always like stuck out to me, and like learning from other people, I think is what the essay was. It was like some sort of essay in like middle school where We were told to write about something. I want to say it was like something that like stuck with us. I think, but I like the more I think about it, the more I'm like, I don't think that's true. Now I'm thinking more about it. But I know what I did write about was the fact of like, my grandparents, my grandfather, because so prefacing this, my grandmother on aka my mom's mom had passed long before like I was born. So it was just only her dad and my grandpa on her side. And I think I was told I only met him like twice because she didn't get on like good terms with him or something and her. But like I wrote this whole thing of like remembering going out on like on a boat, and both of those times like I met him, we went fishing like where he lived, and there was like a boat that he owned. But like the actual boat was like rickety or something, but there was another, I had this like vivid memory of like him taking me on this like other boat that you can actually like go down below the deck and you can kind of see like some of the fish there and whatnot, so that like we were around. And this was like when I was like really young. And then I talked about the fact that like grandma was smoking a cigarette just like by the house, and was like really happy when I caught a fish, but I was too scared to touch the fish. And she said that like my mom raised a good kid. Like I remember there's like all these like words of affirmation essentially from that time. But obviously the woman that I am referring to was not my grandma, and what, based on the time that I wrote it, was not even who he remarried. So, but the way I described her in that paper, and then also to my mom, because my mom like read it and then told me that everything that I wrote was a lie because she wasn't alive when I was there. But then I gave like the description of her, of like how she looked from like my memory, and apparently it was like spot on. And I remember it spooked her for a while. So, yeah. All right, 4 hours into the stream. I think we might just switch to Obsidian Fieldlands Eevees and do that for the last hour. I think we're gonna do a 5-hour stream. All right. We're going to probably find a lot of Bidoof. Let's just be real. I'm actually really surprised that we haven't seen any shinies since those two unknown, and then I switched to the other one. So, I mean, okay, so I had the feeling of like going to different places was going to make like make it more likely to find what I need, but no. I was for just before, and then said I was gonna get food. I hear I'm getting ready at No Man's Sky again. I mean, kind of how it happens. I mean, progress has been made, just not in a wholly ideal way. And then I added more stuff onto this, so it really is just going to come down. Should I? No. I was like, should I keep checking those trees for the Cherubi? I'm like thinking maybe I should.
But I think it's just much easier if I check the trees, like, in Cornet Highlands. Also, I'm gonna just... Because I think having it be nighttime is gonna just reduce the chance of... Like, it's gonna have Drifloon. Yeah, we're gonna keep going. Derpy, you said that... So if I remember yesterday a bit correctly, that there's the one thing that we could like try to get the shiny legendaries. That is an option. But also, you know what? We'll just get you. Let's get you out of the way. You made a ham sandwich? Nice. Is that a blue one? No, that's brown, right? Yeah, okay. I was like, I see that from a different distance. Could I also, in theory, just wonder trade a lot of the stuff away? Like I move it into Violet, and then I could just wonder trade. Because while I haven't played too much of Violet, I think I might have been far enough to, if there is wonder trading, I might be able to do it. Just see what random shit I get. You know, now that I think about it. There's a lot of actually full uncheated advertised cheats in Wonder Trade, unless you're getting any good Wonder Trades. Well, I don't need anything super good, and as long as like the cheated ones are just like palette swaps and they don't have like the most insane stats of all time. I don't know what I'm gonna do with all these like spare shiny Bidoofs or anything. Websites, oh. Nintendo will take down fan games and ROMs and everything, but won't take those down. That sounds awful. They took down Brick Bronze. I don't know what that is. But I'm sorry, Balassi. Here's in their own game. Exactly. That's crazy.
Listen, if we get a shiny Eevee around here, we'll, I think I'll focus the, something else. I don't know. Because once again, I added another complete condition for Arceus. Not to just try to make it longer, but just because ideally that was something that I probably should have done a while back. But also I can change the time now because... Hello, Eevee. You're not blue! I just really want to finish this, you know? Like, I already have all the ideal stuff for, you know, getting... have everything, like, ideally for maxing out the stats for the final, like, 3 Pokemon that I need. Eevee, Vaporeon, and Jolteon. I just need them. And then we could just take our time. Like, then we could stop playing this game for a fair bit. You know what's getting bad, though, when I'm considering space-time distortions? But, like, then the stream is going to be, like, 70% waiting around. We haven't heard the shiny jingle in, like, so long. Kind of feel tense, weirdly enough. Derpy, what are you doing later today? For curiosity. Charlie. Strangely, I haven't seen like a shiny Wurmple or Ponyta either. Like shiny Eevee, yeah, it's gotta be like a bit off kilter. Luckily, we're gonna have a way more easy time finding alpha Eevees than not. So. Mass outbreaks. It's a cricket tune. I can't believe this. I do want to catch you. Sorry, that's important for later. Once again, if you're here to know why I'm catching alphas too, cool. If you weren't here, that's fine. Just don't worry about it. Just know that alphas also need to be caught. And if anyone has any regular alphas, never mind. Don't trade them with me because I still don't know how that works with the Pokedex. Oh my god, do that, ba 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 ba. That's an Eevee. That's a pony. I just don't want to see Drifloons. Okay? Let's just be real. I just don't want to see Drifloon. Blossy, how many Bidoofs do you want? I have, let's say 13. And they may not all be Bidoof. Baby, you know about the autumn when the leaves are falling down. Yeah. Knowing all the pretty flowers slowly wither to the ground. All the birds, they say the summer spread their wings and fly away. And behind they used to shine so bright, up behind the kids. I have 13 Bidoof for you, Blossy. If your kids are 13 Bidoofs of different shapes, sizes, and not entirely Bidoof, then yes. When you also learn by springtime, life returns in such galore. It doesn't always there, you enjoy it all the more. I've been away for so long, like the wings of a summer weather. I am back and I'm even better. Yo, nothing can break up these bones. We're in our prime. This is our time. Anyway. Sorry, that's Payday 2 for you. Joke's on you, still on my Switch. Well, joke's on you, I'm keeping the kids. And I might send them to the Pokemon Factory. Yeah, that's right, I said it. I said it! All the swirls and I'm the son of rock and roll. Got the masters to my control. Alright, this joke is now a terrible, terrible, terrible joke, and this is we're done with this joke. It's an absolute, we're done with that joke. But it's a goddamn terrible one. Stay with the chest. I am no. The joke's done. The joke's bad. Also, I think it's now VC time. As if I want to play a game. That's an Eevee. That's another Eevee. It doesn't fucking sparkle. We're going to sleep. Alright, it's time for Kit to make the grand entrance to the BC. That way if Derpy wants to join too. Stocks. Food sounds good right now. Balassi, what do I get for food? Please pick the food. For the food. Please, food. That is a alpha ponyta. Take it. That Bidoof just sniffed me and left. That motherfucking Bidoof. It sniffed me and left. That was Doge is a Bidoof. I'm calling it right now. That motherfucker. I just threw that. When you want summer by springtime, life returns in such galore, and it wasn't always there. You enjoy it all the more. I am a bad motherfucker. All right. I have believe 2 Eevees. That's what we call luck right there. That's what we call luck right there. That's a 3rd Eevee. That means the next one's gotta be blue. It's gotta be blue. It's gotta be. I fucking believe. There's no 4th Eevee. Well, there was only 3. I can't believe it. Fucking Chimchar. It's a monkey. Either when we hear the sparkle sound, it's going to be hype or it's not. Because it's been a while. This game is notorious for having a lot of them. It's just... Ooh, hello. I'll take you. That was a scream and a goddamn half. Cool. I mean, we need a lot of those, so... you know what? I'll actually take you. Hold on, I'll actually take this. Now, do I remember how to get him, Mr. Mime? No. Excuse me. It's a fucking alpha Bidoof too. What's with all these alphas? Talk about Crunchup Supreme, Baja Blast, Fiesta Potatoes. So like half of those sound good. The other half, not really. I'm more of a Chalupa Supreme type of guy. Okay. Return to the village. I think it's time to start getting these alphas taken care of. That's what people usually get, man? Is it? Okay, so previously we were leveling up all of our fun Pokemon here. However, I have multiple ideas that I need to actually connect on. Okay. So we need to move them over to here. And then I actually need, oh, that's the last one, that's release. Okay, so this is not going to be called release anymore. This is going to be called the Alpha Den. Okay. Because we're doing stupid stuff, I need... Okay. For any alphas that we get, we need to put them in there. That's really what it comes down to. That way we can mark them off the list, because for those who were not here earlier, I've decided that if I want to... For getting everything for whatever it's called, for Nemeris, I think the funny way to do it is by having every like regular Pokemon as an alpha. One of these is an alpha. It's you. So we're just going to keep stocking this up, and if we need them, cool. If we don't, not bad. I want to do this originally through memory, like memorizing which ones I've gotten, which ones I still need. But if I am struggling to remember, then I'll look at the spreadsheet. Spreadsheet's gonna be probably like the only thing that actually like helps. But the moment that this thing gets full, sorry, this has to evolve into a something, and so does this guy. Yeah, once it gets full, then we have to move on. But yeah, then I have to fill out the spreadsheet, and that's gonna be the only chance I get to like see if I remember which ones I still need and which ones I don't. And I was gonna go to another area just to get all of their alphas, like just all the base ones. But we'll see. Audio. Alakazam. Mantine. Alright, so technically this is already full. So we're gonna need to worry about that later. When the fuck did I catch a Glaceon? Oh, this is the... Yeah, okay. Sorry. Sorry, brain was not working there for a second. We just need to evolve these. We can move on from there. I need... Oh, I don't need a rest. We will get a... Don't ask why I moved all that at once. Move to Satchel. You... Good. Flareon. I don't want to rest. Let's see what we got here. All right, do I got one more that I can move in there? Yep, that one's that one. I'm Junior. I think it has to be friendship. Oh, what's going on? Wait a second. Why didn't Echo go live? Wait, what? Echo told me they weren't streaming today. Oh, hey, I have a Vespa coin. These ones are... There's another Empoleon. Oh, Neko was saying that they weren't... Huh. Huh. Is my stream about to get cut short? I don't know if my stream is about to get cut short. There's also like potentially, so because I was gonna, Neko wanted to possibly join the call and play games later. I was like, yeah, we can play games later. I just wanted to finish up this sort of stuff. But also there's something else that might happen where I might have to go for like a few hours. Nothing serious, I just... Well, I guess I'm gonna find out what I'm doing in the next 10-15 minutes. Because while I could easily just play games with Neko, I do want to get food. But this other thing that might happen is like I don't have like too much time. One thing's a real life thing and one thing's a game thing. Pretty much what I'm breaking down. As much as game stuff, it would be absolutely ideal. Come the real life stuff sometimes takes precedent. So we'll see what happens. Oh, who's that in the background? It is Rogue! Holy shit. Now, while I want that to be my calendar, I'm gonna get in trouble. That is totally Rogue. Rogue finally has a bunny girl outfit. And hers is amazing. Shallows. Alright. We're gonna do like a few more laps around. Normally I was gonna wait until we found like a shiny or something. But depending on what this real life stuff happens, we will see. Oh, wait. This is not good. Let's see. We're gonna do one more, but I think I'm gonna have to end the stream. Just because something's up. It's not a bad thing. It's just timing wise. All right, that's gonna be it. Sorry, this stream's gonna be abruptly ending. I gotta get going. I gotta do something. Balasa, are you still here? Actually, I'll message. So, anyway, I'll be back hopefully later. We'll see. But talk to y'all later. Bye.